lowered on my end. Hello. I apologize. Hi, Psychotastic. Yeah, so I overestimated how long I was actually gonna, when I was gonna be ready. I had woken up earlier to set everything up, and then I was like, oh, an hour and a half? That's enough time to have a nap. Because I woke up super early. And then it turns out, you know, that was not enough time. So I set up an alarm, and luckily I didn't oversleep too harsh. I am like an hour late though. Ugh. I'll try not to make that happen again. I'm gonna give myself two and a half next time. An hour and a half was not enough. Yeah, I woke up earlier, and then the thing is that I did a bunch of chores early, and then I was like, I need a nap, but I didn't sleep enough. So I underestimated how much of a nap I actually needed. That was the thing. But we're here, we're back, you know. Sleeping was needed. Yeah, I did not sleep. I've been not sleeping at night. You know, I've been nocturnal recently, and I thought, essentially, that, you know, I had a really good sleep last night because I slept more than usual, but it wasn't enough. Here, indeed, here. Yeah, so today the plan is that we're gonna, so, corner Y. I don't know. My sleep schedule has been completely out of whack. Yeah, but regardless, we're here now. And, what do you call it? We are going to, complete the Manderville questline for A Realm Reborn. So, how this game goes is that it has a bunch of expansions, you know, and each expansion, up until as far as I'm aware, and Walker, there are Manderville quests, you know, and I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do the Moogle delivery quest as well. So where did we leave off on the Manderville quest? We were at Ulda to do that. Yeah, I was here because I was getting some stuff. What's my currency right now? Not a bunch, but I do have a bunch of gems. Where should I spend those? I should probably do that before I start anything. I've been doing too many fates. Because I've been trying to level up a bunch of jobs. Maybe I should just keep it. It's not like I'm gonna do a fate right now. But at the same time, you know, who knows? Trade of gemstones, you know what? Let's see here. 1110. Where are we? We are at 1110. Who the heck would have this? It says a character name, Saturine. 11-1. 11-1. 10-4. That's there they are. What? to the safety. I saved the world. What do you mean safety? What? What do you mean safety? Shared fate rank 3 in all zones. What the fuck? What does that mean? All right, I'm gonna deal with that later. We're not doing that. Anyway, we're gonna go. All right, let's see. Out of curiosity, what is this supposed to be? Oh, that's Viper. That's dual wielding. That's if I wanted it to be the Kirito, you know. Maybe later. Maybe I'll do that later. I still have stuff I have to do. Is it in here? No, what am I doing? No, I think it's further down this way. Yeah, I think it's this way. So we finished the Colosseum last time, and the thief got away with it because our boy, the best gentleman, you know, best guy, Final Fantasy, you know, he got away due to all the theatrics. But now, this time, surely, we will get him, obviously. So, I think we're gonna be set. Shield's blocking their face. Ellie would share with you the shocking new turn in the Phantom Thief case. I was wondering when you'd show up. Battler, I hope you haven't made any plans for the day because we got a situation in our hands. Oh, I put up time just to do this, Ellie. Remember our good friend the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems like he decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Old Dawn society. It sounds like, context of the story. It sounds like there's a chance that he's, Alamican. Because, they're the ones currently, in this point of the story, at the Realm Reborn, they are an oppressed group that is not liked in most places, which is as you've seen last case when everybody was calling unsightly names and rude shit to the woman from last time, you know. There's a chance for that because it seems like he doesn't like influential people, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what was the case. Mr. Many Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as the identity of the murderer. The message is always that the weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice balance. More riddles. Let you'll hear me complaining. Hold up. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Girl, fucking 3 people died. Ever since they broke, the Mithril Eye's been selling like Ponzi cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until then, that is. Shall we, Battler? The hidden treasure of Uldal, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on it, it's you-know-who. To the Sunsilk's tapestries. Where's that at? Where's that at? That's outside. Okay. It's this way. Gonna zoom in, get some closer person footage here. So it's not like we're doing a dungeon or anything. Yeah, what have I been doing? Nothing, actually, that much in the game. I spent yesterday doing character sheets for, with friends. for a TTRPG called Fabula Ultima, which is essentially, you guessed it, like a Final Fantasy based, well, not Final Fantasy, but it's a JRPG inspired TTRPG, essentially. So we were coming up with stuff, and you know, nothing sounds nice. Nothing sounds nice. Yeah, but that's what I've been doing. I was doing yesterday, so I didn't get to play that much Final Fantasy, and then I tried to go to bed. So that was it. My favorite venturer, my favorite my favorite mithril eye reporter along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the old pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help to my best mates, I'm afraid you found an old one at a loss. Ulda has more than its fair share of treasures. Hidden and otherwise, I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much though, whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn in a right dither. Word has it they've formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. Ooh. Sultan sworn ain't like to be forthcoming with the information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, battler. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oh wait, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, battler. Time is of the essence. Where'd you going? Information at Scholar's Walk. I'll just go to the crystal. The crystal's right there. Yeah, I'm curious. This is like for blacksmith and crafting and stuff. Okay. We will make a stream of it later. Halt! Only authorized personnel allowed in. The thal bugger me with a broadsword. It's the Gentleman of Light's adventuring companion. Wait, what? Gentleman of Light? And the catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light, tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan sworn recruiter to land yourself this position? Only told honest truth, miss. Seeing the Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphing that day, it moved me to the depths of me soul. Like, I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. The Sultan sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come across Assistant Master Hildibrand in his investigations, haven't you? Core, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's the one She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff it seemed. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, eh? Pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie. I'm from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case, and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. Pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. If I'm not mistaken, what would make your companion friend here... That would make your companion here, Battler Mick, yes? You know Battler? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly benefits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless, the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Udal's elite. I can only hope to prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardine. Always one step ahead of us. Well, we were here first. Miss Ellie, Battler, a moment if you would. Right there. Very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what's that in your... Demasking dust, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind in Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pull the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce a dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resource of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Udal, the last of the 4 lost relics of Belladia. Hold up. Hey, I hope I didn't burp on Mike. Ugh. I fear not. I've poured through the histories time and time again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall ascend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladian heroes, but makes no mention at their appearance or nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The Blackguard will be in chains before you can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. Oh. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady's ask, and a gentleman answers. There he is, the man of the hour. Cast all worry from your heart, milady. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is talked of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly what I claim to be. A shame that... God. For a moment I thought he was wearing a skirt. I'm disappointed. Oh. That'd be nice. I'm sure Hildibrand would wear a skirt and he'd work it. I'm sure we'll see him in many more outfits in the future. Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, that will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel, gutted with a greatsword, strangled with a sublicar, mayhap? I'm afraid we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more, even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, milady. My clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar-turned-butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please take this masking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sack, but I trust you will put it to good use. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I feel the role's already been filled most ably, I think. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Battler, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasimo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let's be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. He called me his ever-loyal associate. Wow. I feel honored. Alright. Where is this part? It is outside, so we go this way. Got it. I thought we could go here. But I guess not. Actually, I can just take... What am I doing? I should just take the Aether Crystal out. Hold up. There we go. Before that, there's a menderer. So let me see if all my stuff has been mended. me see all my portraits. Ah, I gotta fix my portraits. Hold up. It's portrait time. He's currently standing like this. What is battle stance played? There we go. If not... And then, if not the battle stance, what is the victory? I'll pause it at that. Let's see. Bring it over here. Let's see. What are we gonna do? We gotta make them different. We can't make it the same. So, actually, we'll just... First, we will change the frame. I need to start collecting frames or something to differentiate this. Do this. Skip all the classes. Then the particles. We'll go with the battle stance instead. There we go. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Alright. Sorry. I try to give, at least currently all the stuff, poses. Ninja? What happened to my ninja? No! No! This took so long to set up too. Oh my god. Oh, I got replaced, that's why. Shoot. Alright. I know what a pose I want him in. That's why I was already in battle stance. Okay, hold up. Okay. It was this. It has to be further back. There we go. It has to be further back. Alright. And then it was, I was wondering why. Let's see. Battle stance. Yeah, so I gotta catch him mid. Switch. Damn it. There we go. Oh. Pull back. Pull back. Pull back. There we go. I guess he fucking flew too hard. No, it wasn't that. Shoot. Well, let's see. Ah, gotta get the timing right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's like right as he jumps up. Darn. Try again. Ah! Okay, we got this. We have to stop the whole adventure just for this. Alright, I think. I'll just do something simple. Alright. Bring him up. There we go. That's fine enough. I'll accept it. Alright. Alright, cool. We got everything. Sorry, that was the most important thing. My portraits have to be perfect. Alright, we're good. Let's go. Okay, we're good. Alright. There they are, down there. Sorry guys, I was late. I had to set up my portraits. Flowers. Yes, and it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom tailor is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly misled his wares. Because who do you think you're doing, hey? Or what do you think you're doing? I'm the one who put those flowers there to honor the memory of my poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was saying, these flowers are clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of the Sildi? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Ildal sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed both sides, eh? But I speak for a far greater horrors than death. An unholy drought brewed by Sildin alchemist, one with the power to turn the living into the undead. That is his nation, my command, an army of mindless, deathless soldiers, the traitors spurn. They turned my boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through But you won't hear that from the Sultan sworn. Thou alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could sue so much as pay me last respects. Traitor's spurn? I heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to produce such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here? A Sildon, I'm sure of it. Only a Sildon would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Sildon died 4 centuries ago, you say? Huh. Oh, they did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does, but did it ever occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales of my own great-great-grandma I did, about the 4 relics of Beladia, the powers they hold, the power to exact justice. A specter of Sildi has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe unto us all. Have the 4 words of life forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father, if only you kept your nose out of those history books. You never so much as breathed the accursed name of Sildi, but you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed. You sure that the lady isn't the Phantom Thief? He's thinking. I love his thinking pose. I think he's about to flex, but he's just flexing his brain, not his muscle. The bleeding horse sun's here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles. What the hell? The most potent hair tonic in the realm has seen. And that it was for all of the fortnight afore my flowing locks fell out of over again. And just as I was chatting up the lovely young lass at the quicksand, just to twist a knife an extra ilm. Montebank, charlatan. If I find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. He's just sad that he's bald. Thinking. It's all become clear to me now. The dear old woman testimony has confirmed what I suspected from the start. Turtle? He can't just get a wig. Like Inspector picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your mind on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our Phantom Thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end to the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate the tortured soul, that it might abandon us its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. What is the true nature of the specter's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildi might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardine. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape the inspector's eye. I'd be much obliged if you could keep him out of my way, battler. I have some real investigating to do. Would prefer to be free of distractions. I hope he has to bend the knee. The Hildibrand. I hope he has to bend that knee so fucking hard. You know what I mean? So, we are... Let's see. Yeah, we could just use that. I saw you put your reading glasses on. Yeah, I have to put them on. I've got a lot of things to read out loud. Let's see. Officers Guild. Dun, dun. There it is. Gods be good. You're the adventurer saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Sildi, are you? Well, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of their mother nation, Beladia. The 5th astral era was an age of untold wonders. Oh my god. I need to read. So, I have all 3 current encyclopedias of Eorzea, right? So, like, how do you call this? The world has gone through... Hold up. Okay. The world has gone through multiple eras in this place as a long history, you know? And the first book, literally half the book is the history of the races of Eorzea, except... But the way the books are separated... I have my throat. The way the books are separated is that it's like the first book is the base game and information of the Realm Reborn base game and Heaven's Ward, which is the next expansion. The next book is more of the base game and the other expansion, which is Stormblood. And the final book is just information on Shadowbringer and Endwalker. Dawntrail's super recent, and I wouldn't be surprised if we wouldn't get another encyclopedia until the next expansion. Because usually they try to make sure that there is enough content in the book to make it worth making into an encyclopedia, you know? So usually in these books, they give a lot of information on like the dungeons, aspects about the dungeons we may have not known. They give a lot of information on the background, but the first book basically is predominantly information about Eorzea and the areas around Eorzea, because it's a really, really, really large map, you know? And to this day, in the first book, there is still places we have not visited that have been mentioned, as well as basically how do you call it, hints or locations we have visited many years later, essentially. So the books have a huge wealth of knowledge, like places we literally didn't get to visit until the Endwalker expansion, or even the patches, as far as that have been mentioned though since like the beginning. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting, and I'm like, ugh, I need to read up on that book, so every time they mention it, and I could just be like, oh yeah, guys, so what happened in that era? But I don't know. I haven't read thoroughly through them yet. I've kind of read bits and pieces because they are like huge and they're very pretty. Like I could post pictures of them when I on Twitter to show them, but they're like very huge, gorgeous books that are like have a lot of texture on their covers, and every page is filled with images, maps, anatomy, or events, and they're not just... Some of them are game screenshots, but most of it is original artwork that is just for the book, which I find really interesting. But mainly the game screenshots are mainly just to show NPCs, usually, because they will like be like, oh, this is the Thaumaturge Guild, for example, and I wouldn't be surprised if Neneko over here was in the book, because it's very in depth. You know, though there is a little blurb about them. So I was just remembering that when they mentioned it. Okay, back to this. The 5th astral era was an age of untold wonders, and when the arcane arts burgeoned, God, this is testing my pronunciation and reading capabilities. The great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and the avarice bred resentment. It culminated into the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the 6th umbral calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left battered wastelands in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Danalan, where they would found the nation of Belladia and some 8 centuries ago. As imagined, a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought by Belladian civilization survive to this very day. Alas, 'tis was not to be. Interesting. Okay. You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Sildia. As a fellow student of history, though, I'm more than welcome to the conversation. Belladian civilization flourished in relative peace until the twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in 2, forming the twin nations Uldal and Sildi, but not unlike the 2 proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Uldal and the fallen Sultanate of Sildi. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The 2 city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Uldal emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation into a smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldal's superior numbers, Sildan alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the traitor's spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak and wounded to fight. Sends shivers up my spine just thinking about it. No, it is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. There we go. Reading time. Having to practice to read out loud. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Uldal and Sildi? I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, 1 gold, 1 of silver. The gold of Uldal weighing prosperity and power, the silver of Sildi weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by 2 nations differ greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldal prosperity was the justice and good, while the power sought by Sildan knowledge was horrific and beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories? And what does this say? Words writ within. Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. Hey, Vadi, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my god. There's already enough people that talk about Final Fantasy history. You don't need me. You know, I'm no fucking body. Fuck you. Call me body when I have 5 videos just talking about lore. Then you can call me body. Fucking god. As one good example, did you know that in the war against Sildi, Ul'Dan and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in ancient text buried deep in our archives. Shut the fuck up, Pivot. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I've said enough already. Then make 5 lore videos. No, fuck you. Fuck you. You're not gonna pigeonhole me as a fucking historian. I'll leave that to the people who actually played all Final Fantasies to be able to give proper lore and context. Alright. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from the questioning of the scholars in these halls? Actually, pretty interesting history, though. That's the problem with Realm Reborn, you know? There's a lot of interesting history and cool stories that are told in this setting, but the way that the information is given to you is very poor. Is very, poor. As in, like, how do you call it? Reading about it and poking NPCs to ask about it is really interesting. But in the mainline story, or even in origins of, class quests, you know, I don't know how to describe it. I honestly have to sit down and read to be able to maybe describe what the issue is. But it's not the content of the information that is bad or things that are written necessarily. I think it's just the way that it's, what do you call it? The way that it's delivered is the problem. Because you get information later on that is really engaging to learn about, you know? And you actively want to read. But I think it's just that, a lot of the stuff is really unfocused early on, and it's boring. Like, it shouldn't be, like, the stuff for being Black Mage and White Mage shouldn't be fucking boring. It isn't boring information. But no one talks about the shit about White Mage and Black Mage because, you know, it's fucking boring. You know what I mean? I think it's because they don't make it, also character focused, probably. And then you feel very third party. Then play all Final Fantasy games, lol. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You know what? Shut the fuck up, okay? Just play all Final Fantasy games, forehead. Like, it's that easy. Like, I can play all of them. Do you know how long it takes people to actually get through all Final Fantasies? They're really fucking long, okay? They're really fucking long. Do you know how long it took me to play this game until I actually started reading information and lore for this game? It took me for fucking ever, okay? So shut the fuck up. That's not how that works. Just play all Final Fantasies. The viewer retention surely will be high. So if you allow Peerless, okay. It happens. I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my Peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divided the great civilization of Baldia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Udal and Sildi. The two nations coexist for some generations till the blood boils over, culminating in an outright war. Daunted by Udal's superior might, Sildi employs her advanced alchemical knowledge of horrific ends, transforming their own citizens into fearsome undead legions that were alive or dead. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of a doomed Sildi who seeks vengeance against those who reduced those countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul, is in peace with the next world. There is one but course of action. We must find Sildan statesmen who are conceived this dreadful stratagem and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has brought. The thing is that, at least in this plot line, I actually, I don't think the thief may be related to that. There's a chance. I say that because, like, it's goofy, right? So, like, it makes me think that maybe the thief is, actually has no relations to that, possibly, you know? And again, they've been talking about, it's like very specific pieces, so who knows? And he hasn't killed anyone prior. The only time it seemed like they almost killed someone was actually the mistake of Hildibrand, because he left bombs out, and like his assistant wrote his words piece by piece that made it sound threatening, you know? I wonder. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig the statesman out of the grave yourself? Leaving aside the nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildi. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen Sultanate. This Sildan connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Beladian's relics of our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of the man cited calling upon the victims in past days. Those who saw him said he had the most frightening air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me. Of course, my keen investigator senses ring out with the voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like a strained brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified it as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Gugu Gaga, Guguria. What is this quest? Oh, okay, this is to join. This is to learn thaumaturgy. In the name of science. Maybe later. I kind of want to explore each expansion, like, how do you say? So, my goal at some point is to make a whole new character. Not like I'm gonna abandon this character, no way. No way. This has all, like, most of my glamours and stuff, right? At least all my, like, financial glamours, like the ones I pay money and shit for. But another one that is purely for, like, experiencing everything as you level. You know what I mean? Just to get the experience. Because usually I kind of bum rush. And yeah, I'm doing raids and stuff. But I want to do a completely vanilla experience, if that makes sense. Like, no, a completely vanilla experience if I had to play the game and play all quests as if level by level, and like do not move to the next expansion until I finished everything in that expansion, with the only exception being like maybe crafting and stuff. And again, I don't know. I have to think about that. But it was I think I talked about this topic before, but it was like to play as a essentially the Warrior of Light that you see in trailers, only his classes, and I had to be that class in that expansion that it was played as like my main role during that point. And then basically I would go about everything and get all the little side quests, as long as they weren't anything associated with crafting, essentially, because I could just play that on this character. Because crafting is a pain, I'm gonna say that. Well, not like a pain like it's bad, well, it's a uphill battle. Okay. Horizon? How far is Horizon? Oh, we just gotta go outside. Okay. And then we could take a mount. You know what? Hold up. For the convenience, I have You See Me with Alpha all the time. I'm gonna change my mount, because I seem to be using Ninja for this. There we go. Here we go. Alright. Come on, Alpha. And I don't mean like all quests, like just blue quests. I mean all quests, like all the yellow optional stuff would be cool. See how it is. Get all the context. Oh yeah, so sometimes in the story, there is, you'll sometimes get options accessible to you later on, really. I don't know if they do it early on, where you only get that option because you did side content, optional content, to basically like get extra dialogue, which I didn't know that. Some are so critical though. Some of them are so critical that some options are so critical that it gives you full context of a situation. The only, as far as I know, for example, raids can be really, really important. The only raid they've ever made mandatory is the Crystal Tower, because there was a lot of complaints about stuff later associated with it. Apparently, people were very upset because they're like, what? You lost options because we didn't do the Crystal Tower? You have to make it mandatory. Like, what? What do you mean? And so patches later, they were like, all right, fine. The Crystal Tower is mandatory. Because people were upset because they were like, wait, what? What's happening? What's going on? This isn't required. And then they're like, now they made that mandatory. However, that, just because the Crystal Tower is mandatory, because they missed out, that is probably the only time that they've, like, made you do it. And also, I think they did that just so that you have access to, an Alliance raid as well, for Alliance Roulette, essentially. To make people, more people available to do Alliance Roulette for dailies, you know? But yeah. So, that's partially the reason. But a lot of it was that people were also complaining that they weren't told that, you know, they're like, we missed out so much on that, so they made it required. But a lot of other content would have been really good in context to have if you went through it, but they don't tell you that because it's optional, because they don't want to make a bunch of shit optional that it's your choice whether you go through it or not, you know? One of the ones is, I remember, is the Omega raid, you know? I didn't know, like, how important that would be, you know, in things much later. But though that one's not option. That one's optional. That one is not required, for example. So it makes me wonder how many things we've been missed out on just because I'm so focused on just doing main story, you know? It's gonna be rough going through A Realm Reborn though, but I'll do it because That's my hyperfixation right now, so it's fine. Yes? If you got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter of the Mithril Eye, never blinking, all-seeing. You know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me, a thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got time to patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an important client to wait. I thought I'd recognize that voice. Oh, it's that lady. So, the Omega Raids. Oh, the Omega... The Savage was hard. I need to, I gotta work on it to do Savage. I love the story of the Omega Raids. Honestly, in my opinion, as of right now, like, I didn't start really reading, so the funny context was that, so here's the context, right? I did play all of the Realm Reborn. I was doing missions for the in-between content, and I think I was really close to the end, you know, of the patches before we reached Heaven's Ward. But I think I came back after a long time of not playing, and I was like, I'm so sick of this. I'm just gonna skip to the next expansion, because how it works is that there's an expansion release and then there's patches. So I was like, dude, I'm so sick of this. I'm just gonna skip. I was like very close. And so I got the skip, and that was like, it was like right before we had to do, it was right before they made the Crystal Tower and the hard versions of certain trials required essentially to do. So I didn't do the Crystal Tower, like the story. I ended up just rewatching it, you know, so I could get context. But that was funny for that. And then later on, now I'm kind of going back to look through all the raids I missed, you know, context and stuff like that, because then there was also the Coil of Bahamut and stuff like that. But the story that I was the most invested in started like from the get-go was like the story of the Omega Raid, and honestly, the stuff for the Omega Raid, the actual battles are really cool. I think the only one that's like, I remember being really frustrating was like, one of the ones in like the last part of the Omega thing. I think it was a run right before you fight Omega, and then it was like the third to last one, I think, for the normal raid. So it was like the Omega tier, or Alpha, I think. Alpha tier. And then, it was a third before. I don't want to say anything too much because it could be, spoilery, you know? But it's really good, and that's where Alpha comes from. So that's why, if you ever see me with like all that shit, it's because that's like one of my favorites. I love the stories for the other ones too. I'm still working through them though. I also just like Alpha. He's so cute. Yeah, so the context for this, because so there's been 3 quests, well 2 we missed out on, right? For the Hildibrand Quest, right? The first one essentially was the start of finding Hildibrand. We thought he was dead. So there's a whole lore on this game that actually is in context. Alexander, my favorite story, but I also just love goblins. Oh, goblins are so cute. A friend of mine is right now going through Final Fantasy New, and he loves the Gobos, and I told him, I'm like, you're gonna love Alexander, because it's just about the Gobos, you know? Yeah, I am an unabashed, I will say I started playing this game, that's why I want to go back through it. I started playing this game without reading much, you know? At a certain point, I was like, what's the point? Well, I was so bored, you know? The way they deliver information was like, to put it mildly, it was very boring. And it's all information, you know, that builds the world. But I don't know, I have to go back and read it really to see. But the best way I can put it is that it really is the thing that filters people, is like the beginning. Because if you were playing 1.0, right, which is like, so this game had a previous version. I could just do a whole stream talking about that and wanting to learn just all how that worked. Because then we got to go back to the history of Final Fantasy XI on how that happened. But essentially, a lot of the stuff transferred over, like story, like characters and stuff like that from 1.0, right? Which was the previous version of the game that a lot of people played and then left because it was very archaic, because this was around the time WoW came out. And so, Realm Reborn was a new one, 2.0, and in comparison to 1.0, it was a vast improvement, like huge, you know? And a lot of people were excited. That got a lot of people going. But in comparison to later content, and at least the stuff in WoW at that point, it wasn't amazing. But it was different still. The game had stuff, new unique stuff to still stick people in. It still referenced Final Fantasy, right? But then, you know, once it got its stride, you know, you see the incremental improvements, like it jumps in strides when they start doing expansions and like seeing like the huge stuff that they would do. Now I think it's now arguably people would say it's either on par or better than WoW, depending on who you're asking, you know. I'm of the camp that it depends on what type of player you are. I haven't played WoW, but what I've heard is that it's just different. It just depends on what you want from an MMO. And this is a lot more story focused than WoW. WoW has story and stuff, but it's not as compiled in the game as it is in WoW, essentially. And despite the fact that how do you call it? There's criticism on starting this game and stuff like that. I know that the onboarding for WoW, at least WoW retail as they call it, which means like the current WoW stuff, like expansions and all that, is more irritating to get through than stuff in this game. In terms of some story, but then again, this has more focus on story, so yeah. After watching, oh my god. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of popular streamers before you got to here. Jeez. Oh my god, OMG, Alpha not Alize. Yeah, I'm a big on raiding prefer raids, but WoW, I don't really like the WoW, prefer raids to WoW ones. I also don't really like the WoW art. That was free promotion right there. Those are just popular channels they were mentioning. I didn't really care, if that comment was posted. Those are, I could already recognize like 3 to 4 big streamers, looking at that comment. That was a mouthful. Yeah, that's fine. If they comment again at if it's just a regular comment, if they post again, then let it pass, and that's it. Yeah. From I recognized nobody. That's fine. Yeah, those are popular streamers, or either to Final Fantasy or just things. I recognize like at least, I thought I saw 3, but I saw like 2 of them. Yeah. What do you call it? The WoW, yeah, some people say they like the WoW style. I definitely see how they say that. The WoW, the environments in WoW are pretty, and WoW is more cartoony, if that makes sense, you know? It's more stylized. Final Fantasy tries to stay within the realm of human. You know what I mean? Even their other playable races like Hrothgar and Viera still is within the realms of like humanified, you know? But that has to do with the limitations on them wanting to make sure the expressions still work on those body types and everything. And some argue they like the environments more in WoW, but again, I don't have stake in that because I haven't played WoW. Maybe one day I will, but I've also heard the cooperation and player base in that is pretty toxic and people just leave. Very different people, yeah. So I will say this, apparently WoW has better endgame content in terms of if you like raiding and stuff like that, and you have friends that you can play with, WoW is probably more appealing, you know? And also you have more things to say about in-game exchanges or events, because a lot of the core of WoW, I feel like, is the player experience amongst other players, whether negative or positive, you know? In like while doing gameplay. The thing with Final Fantasy is that it doesn't function the same way, right? Final Fantasy is a very narrative heavy game and it has a lot more casual content to do, like crafting. You can craft, you can cook, and all those crafting and gathering are very valid ways to play the game and make money. And you also have housing, you have fishing, you have restoration stuff you can do, right? And then there's a bunch of secret mounts, there's a bunch of stuff, you know? And that's why I think Final Fantasy appeals more to casual audiences, because it doesn't appeal to like end game raid stuff. That definitely exists, don't get me wrong, but it's not the forefront. But it definitely still makes that content exist, and it supports that content because of when they do world firsts and stuff like that, you know? So I think that because of that, because of the wide variety of content in Final Fantasy, that's why I think it appeals more generally to people versus WoW. WoW used to be the big boy back then, but not anymore so much because it's just, at this point, it's both like a community thing and it's also onboarding. I feel like it doesn't do a good job on those two things from what I've at least heard and seen based on people showing how the game is when you start, you know? But yeah, it does appeal to different people. It depends on what you're looking for. I've heard bosses are better here, but I've heard the group experience and stuff can be better in things like WoW or like again end game content and all that stuff. But again, there's also people that play WoW Classic because they prefer the older stuff and all that. But on that rant, I've been down the rabbit hole trying to see that because yeah, I was curious. But back to this, she's a lady from another story for Hildibrand. Long story short, first episode, 2.1, we learn about Hildibrand, who he is, and he's part of the Manderville family. Manderville family, if you want to know, his father owns a huge casino called the Gold Saucer. From Gold Saucer, which is like a huge casino. And their big thing is to be gentlemen. And then we also, I think, met Gilgamesh eventually. And Gilgamesh is that dude with the chicken that we saw earlier. We were told that he was attacking people, but it was kind of just a long line of misunderstandings in which he was just kind of reactionary. The second episode for the Hildibrand Quest was about a woman who had a vase. Her daughter, she was like upset because the vase was broken. She got the vase fixed. And then I think that's when we started learning about the thief, because I think the vase was going to be stolen by a thief, or it was, I think, another object she had that ended up being stolen by the thief. And he got away with it, as he did before. And then that woman is from that quest that had a daughter and stuff. I got turned away from WoW rating from seeing how it seems like a third-party programs are required for high-end rating. Tens of thousands of dollars for world first races apparently in WoW raids, which is super interesting to me. The poor base. Yeah. I think, yeah. Yeah, apparently for third party stuff. It was like that. I've heard the economy in WoW is also, I don't know if they fixed it, but I heard that was in the shitter. I don't know if they fixed it. I heard they put like a third type of currency or something. I remember the story I distinctly remember was somebody who wanted to do, I think, a dungeon for the first time. And in WoW, you can set, only mentors, like the mentor equivalent here, only mentors can, only mentors can see if someone is a new player, right? If you enter a dungeon, and you say, hey, I'm new, people will leave. If you say nothing, then people will not tell you shit. Everyone will die, and they will shit on you because you need to have add-ons. What are add-ons? Well, you learn what add-ons are now because they mentioned it, and they leave your ass, essentially. It just sounds like you're on your own, honestly. Or you gotta do some due diligence before you play WoW. I think the best meme that has to be done that I've seen is this meme, essentially, where you do a dungeon, people die because, I don't know, like the healer died, right? Or the tank died, and you were doing a boss, and everyone dies, right? And the person says, what a kind and welcoming community. Yeah, and the person who's a WoW player, you know, a WoW refugee, you know, basically meaning that they come from WoW playing Final Fantasy, they're like, oh, you know, fuck WoW, like everyone, you know, fuck, well, that sucks. See you guys. And everyone in the group is like, what? We'll just do it again. And the guy looks confused like, what do you mean do it again? It's like, yeah, we died, but we could just do it again. Let's just go back. What? What do you mean go back and do it? Yeah, let's just go back and do it. Let's just go back to the fight. and it is a shock to a WoW refugee, essentially. Because they're used to just people leaving after a party wipes, essentially, which is like, wow. You know, truly WoW. W-O-W, wow. It's like a... You can run it again. You can do that? You want to run it again? Huh? Everybody expects you to know everything. I wish adulthood had third party. I wish adulthood had third party add-ons. Wow. Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. Maybe I'll play it at some point just to have the true WoW experience of PvP. I'll make a video on that at some point, maybe. Once I make at least 5, then they will not all be lore videos. Fuck you. Fuck you. Back to this. Lady Dorilda, we well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fire morning. Back to Hildibrand. I went on a tangent. Oh, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardine, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? What did you say? What did you call me? Okay, one more tangent. So for those who don't know, Vadi Vidya is a guy who talks a lot about lore for, specifically Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, I think also Bloodborne. I would say FromSoft. I'll just say FromSoft. Those people, right? Including Elden Ring. I don't know if he does Armored Core, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did Armored Core. as well. But I'm just gonna say FromSoft to be safe, right? I know FromSoft has done more stuff, but let's just say the ones that they're most well known for, right? To keep it simple. The only way I did not know him as a lore video guy when I heard of Vadi. What I knew Vadi through was that there is a YouTuber called Kraken. And he had a video called Edward Emberpants. And he basically played a caricature of a guy who was essentially supposed to be like the chosen one. And he had two people. I forgot who the other person was. I'm missing it. I would watch this series all the time. I would watch it. I'd be excited for every upload. And essentially just the gimmick was that he talked really weird, and he had two competent people that helped him get through Bloodborne, essentially, right? And one of those people was Vadi. And I did not know these other two people because I watched Kraken for a very long time, right? It escapes me though, but that's the name of the series, you know. Edward Emberpants. And what would happen is that he'd be like, Vadi, what's the lore? And he's like, Vadi, what does this mean? And so Vadi will start talking and he will immediately cut it, like make a cut. Like just as Vadi starts talking about what the lore is, we move on to the next scene, essentially, or the next cut to something else. And so I just always, that's all I know, you know? And then eventually I hear Vadi, and I'm like, what, the guy from Edward Emberpants? From the guy from like the Kraken videos? And I hear Vadi when I watch Zero Lenny eventually. I hear from friends talk about Vadi. And then I'm like, oh, I mean, that makes sense. I was just like, I just thought that was like I was so out of the loop on that. But yes, he's a popular lore video essayist who talks about a bunch of From Software game stuff, essentially, because how those games are is that the lore is not in your face, except apparently Elden Ring, which you can glean most of the general picture from just playing the game. It's probably the most in your face. I would argue the most in your face at this point, though, if you're talking about things that aren't fantasy, would be Armored Core and all that, because it's just dialogue, mainly, and battles between that dialogue. And dialogue in the battle, too. But yeah. That's all I knew about Vadi. So I didn't know about that. And so every time there's like lore stuff for anything, when we talk about stuff, it's like, Vadi probably made a video on XYZ, which is funny because I did look up lore stuff for Bloodborne and all that, but I did not watch Vadi for that. So I just didn't fucking know that. And he's very popular for just that. And so that's just like one more thing where I was just like, yeah, I didn't even know. I didn't even watched Vadi video. Like, I didn't know him as that. I just knew him as Vadi, the guy who helped Edward Emberpants and would get cut off from talking about lore for Bloodborne and for regular Dark Souls content. Okay, that's my last thing. I do this. We can discuss business later. Praylin the inspector here and the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Dorilda, what about... yes, my dear Maria's name day present. And Maria's her daughter, the one that she was upset. They reconciled at the end. She was being less shitty to her daughter. But she was being so fucking rude. But yeah, she was less shitty at the end to her daughter. Yeah, that's the name. This is the callbacks to that. Episode of Hildibrand. I had in mind one of the prize pieces of Eshtame's, god damn these names, latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say this just once. Guguria, I expect you to give the inspector and its companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, help me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. I think she's implying the bond with her daughter. I think. Alright, I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some, oh, that zombie dust. The traitor's spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. Got me thinking. Sildy, 5 victims. The Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth. Thanks for the Lord's... Psychotastic, time him out for 5 minutes. I don't know if you can time out people on YouTube moderation. But Psychotastic, time him out for like a short amount of time, and then if he does this again, time him out for an hour. You would be an account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about Ulda's Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folks like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? Those balls! Don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well, just one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limso with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship dock. Said he'd had a private ship dock waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, he didn't hear none of this from me. This Memha must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless, he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive, they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how all that works, but... Hobbs got high-ranking friends in Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims have been all zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has produced for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. Let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. Yep, go get that present for that lady. Alright. What are you saying? I would hear what this Hob fellow has to say. Come, my ever-loyal associate. Let us away to Vesper Bay with all speed. Okay. It's just right over there. Okay. Let's go, Alpha. How did I get into Final Fantasy? It's all Riku's fault. No. I played a little bit of it, but then I heard Riku played it. And then he had a subscription for a little bit when we played it. And then me and Pivot made progress. So now we're actually in the content. Because before we weren't. Ooh. We almost ran him over. We almost ran him over. Master Hob, is everything quite alright? No, stand back! I hunger for your brains. The Chocobo's like, I'm out of here. Battler, do what you must. I like that we didn't even need a section to fight, just because we knew. My first knowledge of zombie tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. 'Twas seem we are a few moments late to the scene. A message, and then there was one. What, cowboy? If you don't know, I have 2 cats and a dog. And the cats are named Cleo, Cowboy, and the dog's name is Raven. And the cats are in my room where I have the computer. And Cowboy is chatty as fuck. So if you hear a cat, it's most likely him. And it's just, he wants attention. That's all it is. I just need to pet him once or something. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu. There it is. Ever since I picked up the trail of Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense, a sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For a moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may lead us to the final victim. I too had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. Pet the beast quick time event. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I'll give my leave, but pray be wary, not just of the thief, but Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when the case is over. Be safe and promise me you will not attempt anything rash, as you did the time when the fiend took aim at my own life. These two are like, nothing to do with us. Your life and Costa del Sol, yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? He's not even looking. He's like... Be careful. I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you share with me. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well. Good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits a report. I think the elf guy's got a little, you know, he's got a little crush on the reporter. You know what I'm saying? After his near-death experience caused by Hildibrand himself. Well, not his, well, his assistant. I wouldn't say it's fully his fault. I would say it's Nashu, because Nashu's like, oh, I'm just gonna drop 3 bombs right here. You know? Scholar's Walk. That's gonna probably be an Hildibrand. Where are we? We're all the way over there. Fuck it. We'll fly. You know what? We'll do the long way. Because I'm fucking talkative. Alright, come on, Alpha. Ooh. Oh god. I'm smacking my head against the fucking boulders. My head is luckily titanium and undentable. So it's fine. Ooh, that's actually a really nice view of the place from here. That's actually really cool. This must have been such a spectacle to look at. Oh my god, I know I can't fly any higher. How about this? How about this high? Jeez. This must have been such a spectacle to look at when, oh my god, yes, I know. This must have been such a spectacle to look at, back when the game released. Well, then I don't know how many updates it took for it to, like, finally look like this, but you know. Okay. I would assume when they dropped the PS3. Over there. Okay. Down here. Not down here. But it's here. Speak with Phyllis. I thought we were here. Where's Phyllis? Oh, I see. It's not there. It's the other side. Don't remind me. I'm a little dumb. We just go through here, go around. Nose. Why didn't I take just the crystal? Because it's fun to sometimes just walk. Oh, God. Alright, cool. A fourth victim. They'll have mercy. Were you able to glean on a connection of the other victims? The Arbiter's truth? No, it can't be. Somebody, help. Ellie, were you the fourth? Oh, that dude just booked it. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions before I knew that was happening. He was upon me. I could only bash his brains with the conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, Nashi's not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off to pursue it before I could stop her. This man wears an armor of Sultan sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces. To think we would find a man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of gentlemen's ingenious seductions and a lady's pugilistic goddamn. Puissance goddamn. I declare this place closed. I return this act to you, Miss Phyllis. The district's appreciated and prove superfluous to cracking the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? Wait, you had three disguises on? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious, the double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This guise is one of the most capable men. I assigned him the guard of the vault, and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It's inconceivable that a thief would be so easily elude his grasp. Unless a thief was not wearing a mask? Speaking of which, has anyone else seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her bargaining readership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear a face of possibility of a story of a lifetime coming to an end, thus she hatched a plan too. Ooh. But my lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whispers, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultan, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Bah, is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus, and just as we were about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie, the shadow you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. To think he literally stumbled face first into the second mask, his good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. You're just gonna leave her there? You're not gonna put her, like, in a closet or something? Okay. Alright. Sure. Well, when you have eliminated the impossible, remains, however, improbable. How could we have been so blind? Not even the shockingest turn of events would deter the famed agent of inquiry. My ever-loyal associate. We must find Miss Ellie and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh ho, Miss Phyllis, I thought you had already departed in the company of our men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth. Oh, that's fifth. The Phantom Thief's final target is none other than Hildibrand me. Mind you, it's not a role I sought on my own accord. My name and my passion for the history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that the position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. A high-ranking officer in the Sultanate sworn, I was deemed to be a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I could not put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm until such time the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. A seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here! I'm a fucking liar! Hi! Oh, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was really cute dormouse. You see? I just keep squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone's watching us. Better, let's split us and canvas our surroundings. I figured. He had a third sense to know that someone in their group was the fucking, Phantom Thief. Oh, What I'm trying to think is, when did that start? Like, Where's Miss Ellie? Do you think she went looking for the dormouse too? Hold up, what's the... I got something for this person. Oh. Done. Alright. Apologies about the required moment alone with my thoughts. Yeah, you were gonna confess to her. That must be rough. I don't know if it was not her. I don't know if it was, you know, that the entire time. Water stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. Beware and be warned. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. Do you do this, Hildibrand? This will avail you well. Use it wisely. In the next instant, you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Oh! And yes, as you can see, when he does wear clothes, he wants to show off his muscular calves and buttocks. Ho ho ho, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty battler. I forgot! Sorry. I'm looking at my character and I'm like, why the fuck am I, making that pose? And it's because I'm a fucking, Makote. So when I'm shocked, it's like... I need to get out of this pose. I was in the area on the matter of business, which curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it's the same for you. There we go. Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn, and now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap your watcher of the shadows a friend, or but a trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. Either event, I dare say the circumstances call for the utmost caution. You could be anywhere or anyone, myself included, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of the Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in this investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would be, not pleased. Thanks, man. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just him that just dropped off these letters. He's like, my son can sense it, but, you know. How are you going? Okay, same thing. Are you always there? Something just isn't right. Oh, okay. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have a single sack of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we can proceed. Let me chat, because someone in my company's messaging. Alright. The sender speaks true. The villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have a single sachet of demasking dust in our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond a reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Battler. What say you have a few words to each of them and see if all this seems amiss? Oh, look. Oop. Ah, okay. Let's see. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion, yet I cannot help but feel another truth still evades us. Yeah, that's what I feel like. It's probably not her. Inspector Briarden told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? Stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curse. This one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Where could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Father. Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briardine, I should hope you're not doubting me. I'm quite convinced even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven highly efficient at assuming new identities. Astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for the dose or two of powder Battler here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sack or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party. But worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Huh, time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into a reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear it's more than time we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction have laid the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from the consideration. It leaves myself, Nashu, and Battler here. Nashu and I, in particular, have a close extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning my own assistant. I assure you, none know better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense, if you ask me anything too obscure, my cover's as good as blown. Our relation with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times as if we share a mind. If Nashu's truly ever my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville. Man! Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Corthes to Danaland, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than my marvelous mutton head. I love him. He's perfect. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert the charming face of yours. Wrinkles! Look who's talking, crusty Cretus old. Genius Inspector? The charade is up, Miss Ellie. looks somehow different? I like how it just took one little slip. Just one little slip. Hold up. Chat's been going. It's been popping off at there. Hold up. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading my free company chat here. Okay, sorry. I'll leave them to their convo there. Let's talk to the father. So the letters spoke true. The fiend was in our midst all along. My prodigious powers of deduction screamed out to me. The woman knows something. I was also certain it was our thief. What's the meaning of this? Alright. No more typing. Only plot. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Is most uncanny and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardine. Once again, you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie's, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister. And my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name to bear. You can call me... I'm gonna call her Cece, okay? Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as though you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Syldan aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers. all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never would have risen to the heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Ul'Dan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. All long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the history says it was Sildee that turned their own men into zombies. The histories are lies, and you work from the shadows. Silence those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ul'Dan that ordered the creation of the dreadful powder, wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of our glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Ul'Dan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed, sultan sworn would kill to keep buried in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nay. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestor knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories of mass crusader for justice. A dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Ul'Dan vaults, hiding it away in secret vaults sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened, by assembling 4 secret relics from the Baladia, 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildee before the Ul'Dan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last, yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were where you were when zombie powder rained down on Ul'Dan. No wait, you'll all be dead. Preposterous. Well, that was a twist. But first, you, my dear, will you not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland? Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. No! Hildibrand. Oh, you idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Mandeville, I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. Oh, that's their mom. I never saw her before. Wait, no, that's not. Is it? Wait a minute. She looks very familiar. Was she in disguise? Am I to understand you're Hildibrand's mother? I made a comment earlier about someone having a pan and using it as a weapon. And I think that was her. She was like a background character, but also I think she's wearing the same outfit as the Karen. I think? Am I wrong? I'm thinking. No, but she was a mom. No. Yes? No. Oh, we'll figure this out. Is more like it, hand-to-hand, skillet-to-skillet, enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, battler. The time of our final confrontation is not a good time. Thank you. Oh my god. Do you have potatoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you hadn't bloody noticed. You, battler or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband here. And look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? The face is like, yeah, yes, ma'am. Don't beat me, please. Don't fucking kill me with a skillet. Oh. Yeah, anything you say. Yeah. For sure. Oh my god. Everyone's passed out. I dare say it's quite clear. It's quite clear who wears the pants in the family, so to speak. Inspector Hildibrand's mother? Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages. Just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse. I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. Tatter of oversoul, rags, and a phial of twice distilled water. Distilled water. Oh my god, hold up. The plot is thickened. Tin got that the market stocks the former. The latter you can procure from a trader by the name of O. Guest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads through the veins, no antidote will save them. In the meantime, I'll search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu's still alive. Huh? Yes? Okay, cowboy. God, he's so needy. Ouch, the smarts. You gads, Hildy. You're looking none too hard of yourself. Huh? No thanks to you, you bumbling elf. Now, are you going to accompany Battler here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, milady, Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sin got sundries, was it? Come now, Battler. It's work to be done. Goodbye, chicken. Hold up. Pull up. Checking stuff. Oh. Hold up. Knows. Apologies. Just typing. Let's see, map. That is... Side quest. Hildibrand is a true Shin Sigma Kamui male, and every paladin in lore deserves to die. Why? In lore. Shin Sigma Kamui male. I have to look up what those connected words mean. I will say he is the man's man, for sure. And as far as I know from Paladin, isn't the lore on Paladin just that they're like the, they're, sworn to, like, monarchy? Is it Uldal? Let me look this up. They just sound cool. Those would be like, I don't even know if that was a real, those are true words. The Sultan sworn or paladins. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, that makes sense. Yeah, jeez. Let's see, without getting too spoily, paladins and monks get their power from the same source, but paladins just LARP as knights. Ah, okay. Wasn't the... so... Isn't the lore for Paladin, at least for those who have the Paladin job quest, was that at the certain point they were gonna make... It was basically sure that you can become a Paladin without needing to be sworn, but then they just didn't follow through on that, and they just, like, we're Paladins, like, to get the Paladin, you know, job. Later in the quest, you could do that without having to be sworn, but then some of them just became sworn or were never talked about again. And then it just ended up leaning more towards the Marauder aspect for some reason. And they're all jackasses for no reason. Yeah. Because I remember I was reading that up because I was curious, because I was told that Paladin had the worst job quest, and apparently it's like it could be interesting, but the problem is that the story, instead of leaning in more towards the fact that you could be a paladin without having to be sworn, you were just what do you call it, instead of being a paladin, you know, without having to be sworn, they just had like, oh, okay, they just joined the paladins that were sworn to the Sultana, and the others, like, who fucks, who, you know, who is in Whoville. We don't know what the fuck happens. So you're, like, technically the only paladin that's not sworn, I guess. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. That's probably why they stopped, amen. Amen. That's probably why they stopped the job quest stuff, because they're like, we can't think of stories for all of them. You say the truth, brother, he speaks the truth. I wouldn't be surprised. God damn my nose. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Or if that is the case. All I know is that all I'll say is that in the Dark Knight quest, if we saw this happen, listen, I'm ninja right now, but if I was a Dark Knight and I saw, if I saw this happen in front of my own eyes, there wouldn't be paladins. there wouldn't be paladins other than me if I chose the paladin, you know? If I was there now, let's just say if I was a dark knight, paladins wouldn't be paladins, wouldn't have a paladin origin anymore. Those would be gone. You don't have to be sworn anymore. Just take the job and actually help people. This is funny. Oversoul Rags, you say? I fear I have only a single tatter left in stock. It's already been before. My god, I must reconsider my dear friend's life. It's quite possibly my own and hangs in the balance. Paladins are so reviled, are not exclusively to the reason why job quests got cut, but they're one of them certainly. No, I think it's just in general, I think they just wanted to conclude that and just give people general role quests instead, because that's a lot of individual writing they'd have to do, and I think that's also just for the sake of convenience, you know? And also to have everybody have, like, probably more unified stories that are more connected to the current plot of said expansion, probably is why they work that way. And also less quests, but then they already were having less quests because it was every 2 levels versus now it's like every level. I think it was like every 2 levels for Shadowbringers, and then it was like 5, like 6, I think, like 5 or 6 of them for Endwalker, but then I think it might have been just the same. Like, they just front-loaded it to, like, halfway through Endwalker, I know that. But yeah, at some point, we'll go through the Paladin questline, probably, and then I'll see for myself how that turns out. But that's all I know, because I just looked up a quick video on it. That's just, at some point, they just made it a Marauder questline, and that was it. As far as I know, the only other questline... Now, to be fair, the only other questline I've ever properly read, I've only read 3 questlines, like, I actually read them. And one of them, I'm not gonna lie, I only read it halfway through. And then I started skipping, was Dark Knight, obviously, Sage, and Samurai, but after spoiler alert dies in your Samurai quest at level 60, I think, I stopped paying attention to the quest from 60 to 70. I mean, I knew the gist of what was happening. I knew the gist of what was happening, but I wasn't reading sentence for sentence at that point, essentially. And then every other one I've kind of skipped. I kind of, like, have skimmed through. But yeah. But my good man, you must reconsider my friend's dear life, and quite possibly my own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has been making a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Gah, you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere in the commons notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the market. Oh. Samurai was goated. Sage was alright. I liked it well enough for what it was. I kind of wish it leaned... Like, there was a story thing that I guess was, like, more so lore to read about the main villain for the Sage subplot. I kind of wish it leaned a little bit more on dubious aspects. I mean, it kind of did, but not really, you know, of Sage. It ended up being more so towards the villain, who was not a Sage. And Samurai, in my opinion, at 60 was peak goated. Was peak goated, and afterwards it was all right. It was all right. At least up to level 70 quest line during Stormblood. It was all right. But before it was peak. I loved it. I read every line of it. It was everything I expected for Samurai. At least for me. I still gotta bring Samurai up to 90. As it happens, I returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you are more than welcome to share. Damn, girl, thanks. Milady, you're far too kind. Don't mention it. If I hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Battler here, I'd still be tag teaming with the slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts, so... Yeah! You're not wrong. It's just... the real villain was medical malpractice. Yeah. Could it be... a statement couldn't be more fucking true about that. I was kind of hoping... I was kind of hoping that the book that they had, they let you read for Sage would have been connected to more characters. But it was just the origin. It was just like, kind of more like the background on why someone did it. And it was kind of like, I kind of get it, but I kind of wish it... It's like it had the potential to be interesting. Its premise was kind of interesting. Its execution was you know? But then again, maybe it's because of not every quest line can be a banger, you know what I mean? Not everyone can hit hard. Yeah. So here's the thing. I have quests that I've job skipped, right? I've jobs. Oh, maybe this isn't fair. I'll read it next time, right? Maybe this isn't fair, but the moment I got Pictomancer, and the moment I saw Moogle's face, and a Moogle was gonna be the thing we were gonna talk to for Pictomancer, I skipped every line of dialogue. I skipped every scene and every line of dialogue because I was like, I love Pictomancer. I do not give a fuck about talking to Moogles. And so I got an out of context moment where a Moogle is like, please put me in a sack and take me over to Kugane so I don't have to pay the fees to be taken over there. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You little shit. But yeah, that was the context I got for that. And I was like, all right, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Why not? And then I realized, you could just get your next skill. It's not like, not like older classes where you have to, do the job to get the skill. And I was like, oh, is that the case? Okay, then I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it until I'm level 100 then. Fuck it. You know? One thing I'm sad about quests, by the way. Oh my god, I'm on a tangent. I'm sad that in Shadowbringers, so I don't know why they did this for Shadowbringers, but they didn't do this for, they did it for Endwalker, but they didn't do it for Shadowbringers. I thought in Shadowbringers, you can only do one out of the, I think 4 or 5 quests for their job roles, and once you do one of them, that's it. But for Endwalker, you have to do that job role for Endwalker before you can continue to the next job role quest, essentially, that you would have. And I'm just kind of sitting here like, wait a minute. If you did this for Endwalker, why didn't you do it for Shadowbringer? Because I actually was interested in the stories for Shadowbringers, you know? But I guess I'm just gonna have to look at YouTube videos or get to that when I do my second full run of all the expansions, maybe. But yeah, anyway. That'll take me if it wasn't an Avila the Tempest. Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of the biggest fans. Why, I have a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. Nice. A kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold this side of the bargain, aren't we, Battler? And with this, our task is done. Now let us find the traitor named Guest. Okay. The true villain was malpractice. That's so funny and so true. Dude, that's so true, bestie. Oh my god, really? It's here? Oh, okay, it's in that area. There we go. Oh my god. I'm just remembering how, I put this game originally, not knowing how much I'd play because of how on and off I used to play this. I put this on an external for a long time, and my load times would be so delayed, even when I use an Aethernet crystal, unless it was like really close. And I remember how, like, I would still use it for convenience, but for areas like these, I would just have to run around because it's just quicker than sometimes just using the fucking crystal itself because of how delayed everything was. The blundering Manderville boy is on his last legs and you need something of mine to save, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be happier and wealthy. Man. And now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. So we're not gonna just beat his ass? Have you no shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me, no. My love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this last dance? Oh, it's them. From the last thing we did. I guess we're phoning in our favors to save them. Battler, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector! Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh, what say you bid farewell to the preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting of great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and honor both, my lord. Not if you don't give us that shit. Provide you first provide my good friend Battler with the bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. You know this man? If this is the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth the waiting gale. Anyway, now shall we, Miss Arabella? I hope she dumps your ass right after she's done. That's her choice. Who knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would be deeply mourn his loss. Now quickly, battler, let us deliver these goods while there's still time to save him. Alright, where is he? He's over there, so we can just... Fuck it! I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Here you go. Here you go, ma'am. Bloody brilliant. Hey, I take you over my muscle head half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Is she like a level 100 culinarian? She's a special brand of Manderville. She actually has all her fucking gathering and crafting maxed out. Or better yet, she's like, has all her crafting maxed out and she just makes her fucking husband do the gathering. She's like, you get this fucking shit or beat your ass, okay? Or order it. He's like, all right. Yes, ma'am. Thou, you bloody bugger, guide my skillet. Hey, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. He's fucking dead. Yes, I'm sure it did. Battler, word has it that Ellie has been sighted by Sildin's ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well, but my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. Hold up. I'm surprised I haven't received anything. Oh yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do a quick BRB. Hello. I am back. Sorry, I had to answer the door. I just in time, just on cue. I was wondering, I was like, is my husband home? And I looked over and I was like, oh. Yeah, he's right outside, luckily, so luckily he wasn't waiting outside too long. Alright. You've done well by my dear boy today. Let me make sure my thing is set up. Yeah, okay, everything is good. Put up the volume a little bit on my mic. Maybe. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Music's a bit louding right now. Okay. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the Seven Hills are you standing around for? The future of Udall is at stake. I did not think this was gonna be the conclusion of this. Especially not with Hildibrand around right now. Battler, my strength is yours as well, for Udall and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband, but with you having more muscle than sense. If you're keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring some fire crystals? Keeping my boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a worry, not a... Yes, milady. Yeah, you listen to her. She's gonna beat your ass with a pan again. Say Enkidu. The burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Battler. That said, the events of today are giving me a cause to reflect. Battler and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such a veritable legion of friends and tried and true. But alas not, no. Only one true friend have I ever known, and she long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but she will never be Enkidu, my one and only true companion. Aw. Oh, my friend, were you here with me? Even Battler could not stand against our combined strength. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words. Return to my side. Enkidu, you hear me? Enkidu! Ye gads, what was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me and... the crystals? Where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice. Could it be? My faithful companion. Why you always make me wait so? Huh? What? What? And this is the last... Ooh! We get the fit. Fellas. Fellas. We get the fit. We get the gentleman himself. And we get the most gentlemanly smirk. Oh, yeah. That's everything we wanted. Honestly, the motivation to the Manderville questline. I've always wanted to do it. Right? I didn't know it went on until Endwalker. But during a dungeon I was doing with friends, one of the people that were there did the Manderville Mambo, and I was like, oh god, I need that dance so bad. That's so good. Perfect for my hotbar. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around Sildale excavation sites with her mindset on turning Ul'dah into a land of walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Okay, where's the excavation site then? We'll get a teleport. Hmm. see. There we go. Yeah. Sorry. Messaging my free company every so often. Alright. They are this way. Let's go, Alpha. My nose. Hold up. You managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times you try to reach out to her, she refuses so much as an. I only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, better. Surely anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness. It's you. Let's see. I'm getting the sniffles. Why must I be so allergy-ridden? Alright. Stop it. Battler, I suggest you leave the place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I will not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you, after all. Consider me disappointed. A complicated love affair. Your sister Cece is already in custody. Surrender now and I will not see no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and blah blah blah, I'm fucking up. How can one born into the life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all, and yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. Ugh, my nose. There's too many of them. Oh no. An all day's work for a Manderville man, and now it's time. So, like, he's a blacksmith, his wife, armor, she's a culinarian, and they seem to be able to fight in their respective, jobs. Good job. You only delayed the inevitable. I have an entire legion of undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. And he's as good as 6 fulms under. Combat power. Be forewarned, girl. No, I speak from experience when I say underestimate Hildy. And you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. That's false balls. Is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, battler. Warrior of light you are. You might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. He's like, huh? Oh. Is that the bald guy from episode 1? When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend into the righteous glare. Bugger me, the broadsword are my eyes to be believed. That pose! No! These are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are the gentlemen of light! The guy's head is so bald! Ah! Just so, my good man. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? I did. Hey, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got me snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elizar. Core, you look absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombie Brad was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. And immunity to... I'm going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The dude in the back's like, yeah! Yeah! Fucking blonde-haired dude's like... The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this mat. Yes, Cleo? My god, my cats are needy. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suits a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardine, you said there was something you would tell me when it was all through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of the deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose. Did you not? As for me, I have found someone, whom I intend to never part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your gal cell, a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Huh? My brother in Christ? I figured you would have been like, nah. Like, she say, like, it's been forever since I played the first few episodes. Did he, like, show signs? Because the signs I saw was when she saved his life from the bombs. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetuated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said the nation of Moogle was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I could not deny your words. It will not be any easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Background. Yeah. Ahem. Are we not forgetting someone here? By someone, I mean me. Huh? If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Battler's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Huh? Hey, the time of our not too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be the treaty blade? The true one at that? None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to be the one who defeat me in a single combat. Aye, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Thou be merciful. What is that abomination? A new breed of voice scent? Abomination? I think you'll address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, 'twas the most courteous thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. Oh my god, the zombies in the back. Bro, so good. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless crystals hear Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend, nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Battler, you may have bested me in the past, but face the two of us together. will not prove so easy a task, and yet I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. Enkidu and I shall await you at Hamdepor Keep. Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for a climatic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then I claim it for me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu. To the skies. 2 against 1? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, battler. 2 a.m. to port. Okay. This is a grave development indeed. To think one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. I am a Scion. Oh, but of course, I near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, battler, your only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Yeah. Nice. So, what do you think? All's well ends well, eh, battler? Hildy's undead acquaintances were kind enough to make an appearance at my request. Who would have thought zombies could be such gentlemen? I reckon it must be my son's good influence. Oh, if I knew anything could bring Hildy back from the undead, it would be my dear wife's hand-mixed holy water. That's the world-class culinarian I married. Yeah, figures. After 400 years, this might as spelled the end of the Arbiters of Truth. Whether or not to replace a fallen is a decision for my superiors to make. In either event, I have decided to renounce my position. I thought they were but white lies, but I've seen firsthand the suffering they can cause. And with that, my work here is done. You were by far the least incompetent associate I encountered in my travels. For preserving some shred of my sanity, you have my thanks. That said, my time in this land was not a total loss. My experience here has taught me an important lesson, that in this world, the fool who populate it rarely, if ever, abide by the principles of logic. This should serve me well in my future cases. And most importantly of all, I have learned with a vow that has given my life new meaning. But this is no time for sentiment. Look at the inspector go! I'm right behind you, Inspector. I'm sorry for deceiving you, battler. For what it's worth, it wasn't personal. Ellie, forgive me. The Gentlemen of Light! Core, they were every bit as radiant as I pegged them to be. One day I'll be a hero myself. Just you watch. Yeah, maybe. Alright. So let me look at the chat real quick. Alright. My nose, jeez. Yes, Cleo, I love you. Do not do this when I'm in the raid. Is it a raid? A trial? A trial. Don't do this when I'm in the trial, sweetie. Okay. Let's go, Alpha. Oh, no, it's this way. Oh. Is that you, battler? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade for that knave, battler. Yes, just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. All right. Let's see. This is Endwalker stuff. Let's see. Oh, this Endwalker stuff again. Yeah. Gotta learn the big keep. Is it that? The battle in the big keep. Oh no, it's that. Okay. Well, fellas, this is gonna take a bit. Nah. I already queued in. Stop judging me. Alright, let's see. Oh god, a whale! Alright. Okay. Let me look up the Moogle quest. Since this may take some time. Just checking stuff. Huh? Alright. Let's see. Moogle quest. Yeah. The start of this quest. Oh. Okay, that's cool. There's different patches of this. It is in Mordona. Alright. Mordona? I forget. Here it is. Alright, and then it says 3013. I think that's it. It's near that fate. Ah. Seven hells. Are those bloody furballs blind? Not Shar and Frusk sin. Not Shar Frusk win. It's writ clear as day. Pardon me. The Moogle meant no harm, I'm sure, but this marks the third time in the past fortnight I found myself in... Oh. The music's so loud. I'm gonna lower it a little bit. There we go. Oh. I don't expect all Moogles to be well-versed in Rodigan naming conventions, but when they are unsure of the intended recipient, could they at least have the courtesy to ask before dumping it off and flitting away unseen? Look closely here. This missive is clearly marked for my brother, Risflo, Shark Frusk Sin. He makes his home in Laminsa and serves our guard duty at the Octent more often than not. I have mind to send this letter right back to where it came from, but my confidence in those furballs wears thin. I put my trust in them, and I'd not be surprised to see a letter end up in the hands of Hilfer himself. Perhaps I could deliver this letter to Rosflo the next time your travels takes you to Limsa, and tell him though his sister would never think of reading his mail, she thinks he could do much better for himself than some vapid tavern wench. Okay. We're in Limsa. Oh, right there. So the Moogle is fucking up the mail. Typical. Am I right, fellas? Typical. Typical Moogle shit. When don't they mess shit up, you know? Alright. Here they are. If you're lost, you'd best get found, and quickly. The streets of Limsa are known to be kind of lubbers and loiterers. There's so many people here. Here's your mail. A letter for me delivered by my sister of all people? Well, isn't that just bloody brilliant? Perhaps next time those bloody furballs could just forward all my personal correspondence to the Admiral herself. I dare say the consequences would be less dire. 100, 1,000? No. 100,000 apologies, my good sir. I'm a Moogle. I'm most profusely, profoundly sorry for the terrible inconvenience I have caused. You may rest assured that the offending Moogle has been flogged several times with large harboring herrings as due punishment for his negligence. Kupo, ow. Yeah, my word, the delivery Moogle shall triple even, our efforts to ensure no precious parcels or missives ever again goes astray. Behold, I shall now perform the Moogle dance of imitable integrity. Settle your wings, my Moogle friend. I don't believe that will be necessary, and by the means, for the love of gods, just don't. Wait, bleeding a minute. Am I to be talking to a Moogle in the flesh? Well, if it isn't a rare occasion, har har. And Lil Milne, take me if you are a cute little bugger. Just moments ago, I'd have mind to wrung the incompetent courier's neck, but I'm no so petty as a man to vent my frustration on defenseless ball of fur. Besides, how can I hold it against you? What with the population of the realm burgeoning late, I'd be lying to say if I have trouble keeping names and faces straight. Any road, what's his face here was kind enough to deliver my letter and have a word. No mistakes will be made. As far as I'm concerned, this is all in the water under the bridge. Oh, you too. The kindness, good sir. As for you, you are my venturing friend. I dare say you'd make a superbly delivery Mikote if you put your mind to it.
Traveling of fur-flying lands, rekindling old friendships, cultivating new ones, staying abreast of the latest happenings in the realm. Why, if there's a more fulfilling career to be had, I know if not of it. So what you say, Kupo?
Yeah, I'll be a delivery Makote.
Now that's the spirit. In recognition of your efforts on behalf of the friends of Russflow, I hereby waive the stringent screening examination typically administered to those who were ranks. Welcome aboard. I am Deputy Post Moogle in charge of the tutelage and training. In other words, your superior. As such, you will address me with due respect and following each and every one of my instructions to the letter. No pun intended. Are we understood, Kupo? Of course we are. Now allow me to explain my duties. When you see me floating about the vicinity where we stand, we may take this as a sign that I am one or more letters that could not be bothered, deemed suitable for your training. Approach me and declare your readiness for the task, and I'll address one of my said letters along with the directions for its delivery. And so your journey begins. Kupo! Mind you, until you prove yourself, I'll be overseeing all your deliveries to ensure you do not shirk or slack your duties. Not that a dutiful delivery Makoto like yourself ever consider such a thing, yes?
I had to do it real fast because, I don't know if I've held up someone. Oh my god, it did You're unable to undertake delivery quests. Review available quests and accept assignments. Speak to the deputy at the Octon. Upon accepting quests, you'll be entrusted with letters or a package addressed to a prominent Orisian. Deliver it with swiftness and accuracy and earn the name for yourself as one of the most trusted carriers in the realm. Pog? I guess you don't get anything. Oh god, it feels funky over here. What are they looking at over there? Oh god, my frames, my frames! Yeah, people are just hanging out here. Alright, away. Away! Actually. Singular carbuncle earring. That's so funny. Alright, for the sake of... Whew. For the sake of not wanting to mess up in case I gain this, what can we do? Soon as a person no time in finding a suitable training assignment. I might ask someone if they can help me out. Hold up. I guess I'll do fates or something. Oh, these spoilers! Not that it matters, I guess. Like I said, I have access to up to Endwalker. So locations will be spoiled. And I think that's also true for the Manderville questline, who will, in order of expansion, will also possibly spoil expansion locations. Just a heads up, you know. Letting it be known. The Kupo delivery, though? Apparently, no, though. It's all within a realm reborn, so it's not that bad. Do I take a delivery? It says it'll take 13 minutes. What's my queue? I don't even get it. I don't even get a like thing telling me if I'm in queue. Probably because it means that there's nobody, there's not a bunch of people waiting or anything. I wonder how long may this queue take? Oh wait, I can't ask my friends to do this because I don't know who's done the Manderville questline or not. Shit. And I'm already in queue. Oh, never mind. Guys, we're Gucci. Never mind. I didn't ask for nothing. I just had to wait almost 15 minutes. You might be like, 15 minutes? Oh, what? Like, it's not that bad. Not for DPS. And it's like, I've been playing predominantly healer and tank, and only recently like have been leveling up DPS by myself without daily stuff, so it's all new to me. At long last we meet again on the battlefield. Dare I say, you shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You might not find this one to be so enjoyable unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Nice. Oh no. I'm a chicken. Ah! Ah. Oh. Who? Me run away? I was seeking out more suitable spots to deliver inevitable victory. Enough exposition. We fight like men. You get no quarter from he, tee-hee. For Gilgamesh. Transmorgify time. Yeah, some skill give you that, but Gilgamesh only just begun the fight. Whoa. Mightiest warrior ever, crazy Erosia stands before you, to which I, Gilgamesh, prepare yourself. Oh, that's cool. He's already toasted. I should be reading dialogues, but it's fine. It's on the screen, predominant enough. Oh. Nice. To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh, you have my word. The Treaty of Blade 2, I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyways, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. God damn it. Oh, the dancers has the fairy thing. Da, 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 da. I love the ear wiggle. It's really cute. Yeah, and the last one here, because you obtained 80. Do this again, solemnly swear. Ooh, a commendation. Surprising. Probably the last player when they were doing some kind of duty roulette. Nah! Ha! I lied again, like a rug. Oh, I killed me. You could take the fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power and not have the strongest sword. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as the day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own, till we meet again. Yeah, it's Greg. Well, where were you? What ho, battler? Have you seen Greg and his oversized aviating companion? Leading them to me at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. They're done. They left. The namesake of my server. The battle's already been won? That is a triumphant news. Clearly, the lessons I've learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? It was right there. Oh? Battler, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? We fought them. Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope the Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such a design, such craftsmanship. A once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Sildi. To think they were locked away in the vaults of those destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? They were an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light What's going on with you in the back? The 4 relics and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking, the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. And what I wouldn't have given to see it, the ultimate achievement, the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring cast upon the door of justice. The wise men whispered, a virtue true. Eam's virtue shines down from the heavens. And to complete the incantation, the warrior of light then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, blade in hand, I swear unto you. The legends differ as what happens next, but I'll speak a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. He's the best. I love him. Behold, safe in my hands, other than the treaty blade, and the real one. This time I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that. I swear unto you, then. My word, whatever's the odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous! Hildibrand isn't the warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No. The light. Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon! Skyward ho! And he blasts off again. Well, I dare say that proved to be the most useful incantation indeed. So the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector, oh Inspector, wait for me! Thou's balls. Hildy, first you almost die on your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye? Ho ho ho, it appears the case of Wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on the art of the family. So in the end, Sildin Incantation of Legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but by a gentleman of light? Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the world of Belladia, it was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes, it's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. That's because he's the best, obviously. A gentleman to the end, the bloody bastard. I'm so glad that there's more in every expansion up to... I wish there was more in Dawn Trail, unless people haven't found it yet. Or the update hasn't come out. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye, a curious scent, wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, friend. I, Hildibrand, shall be there till we meet again. I wanted to read it before it was gone. And now, we've got the fit, boys. We got the fit! He'll return. God, what a good quest line. Ugh. Bye-bye. Oh, that was so good. I love that. I'll be there. I'll be there for you. Alright. We will do... So the Moogle quest is also separated into parts. I swear I thought the Manderville quest line was yellow originally, right? Was it always blue? Well, I guess it's blue because it unlocks... No. There's no way, because there's ways to unlock new trials, I think, without it being blue. So I guess they made it more important, or they realized... Was it always a blue quest? I'm trying to think. Either way. We'll do... So the Moogle's also separated by updates, but the Moogle quest, what do you call it? The Moogle quest is only in the Realm Reborn, and that's where it stops, as far as I know. So that's at least what the wiki shows. So we're gonna go to Limsa, and we're gonna do the first one. And it looks like you get something at the end, like each quest you get food and stuff, so unless you pick it. It's one of those you pick food quest. Oh, was it this way? No, it was this way. The Deputy Post Moogle has wasted no time in finding a suitable training assignment. If it isn't my new promising new recruit. See, fucking Moogles. Am I right, fellas? What was the voice I gave him? I gave him like a nasally.
The twinkle in your eyes and the spring in your step simply shout out to me. I'm ready for my first assignment, Mr. Deputy Post Moogle, sir. So did I hear you correctly, Kupo? Of course I do. Well, it is your lucky day, for I've picked out what should prove the perfect task to start off your training. To wit, I have here in my new paws a letter that needs delivering to Banderson, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench. A simple task, you say? Perhaps, and perhaps not, for a delivery Moogle's task does not end with handing over the piece of parchment. No. The conscientious carrier lends his ear to the addressee and sees to drop through until the customer is happier for what he has been received. Being the accomplished and eminently visible adventurer you are, I suspect that your clients will even be more eager to enlist your services than they would an elusive Moogle like myself. Consider this an honor and a privilege, Kupo. As one in charge of your training, I shall wait for your word for your success. You will succeed, won't you, Kupo? Alright. This is at After Castle. Like near After Castle.
there's... Oh, right. I still have to do the thing with, the person, the ruler of, Limsa. But I'm struggling, because there's some mechanic just like the tank thing that I'm not clearly understanding. Or missed out on. Now is a face what always warms my heart to see. Ever a shining example to all would-be heroes and heroines in this souls. You have a letter for me, you say? Here you go. Would have figured you'd have more pressing tasks on your plate than plain messenger boy, but what am I to? What's this? Bugger me. Of all times for him to show up. To burden ye, but I'd be much obliged if you could help me with a simple task. Yeah. I knew I could count on ye. The moment I saw your face, I knew the navigators had guided you back here for a reason. The reason? To help me settle the score with an old acquaintance of mine. The man's worked quite the bill in pastime for reckoning. You're to find the bastard and bring him here to old Batterson. I can trust you with that, eh? You'll find him out in the middle of Nausea. A road-again fellow is imposing stature and less than imposing brains, like not up to trouble of some sort. Oh, and speak with Chawby before you set out. She's prepared the perfect welcome gift for her dear old mate. Okay. She is right here. So you're the adventurer going out to greet our guest of honor, are you? Batteron has told me much about the man, but his steely gaze speaks volumes. As you know, Batteron was an accomplished sellsword in his younger days, made a share of friends and more than a share of foes, and the latter is none too shy about bringing trouble to the premises. A Redigan fellow in the middle Lanosia, was it? I'll pry no further. One thing I've learned in my time here is not to poke my nose in disputes that don't involve me. Here's the gift Batteron asked me to prepare. I trust he'll serve you well. Whew. Let's go, Alpha. Man, I love the sights. It kind of reminds me of Fly FF when I used to play that a while back. I don't know if it's even still open anymore. Have mercy, my wine is my livelihood. Quit your cowering, it ain't looking to... Still nothing. Just wanted a ship, that's all. A big ship. Or an adventurer. Thank gods, this brute means to rob me of my livelihood. You must stop him. Wake up, dude. You're asking for... I doused him. You're a godsend, friend, I tell you. That brute is a menace to honest merchants everywhere. You'll find him and bring him to justice, yes? Sure. Hey there, bud. Did you drink a little too much? You want to talk about it? Have mercy, man. I didn't mean the little man no harm. I just had a few too many... An old foe of Batteron's. Ain't that rich. I'm the best bloody made old bastard's ever known, whether or not he's willing to admit it. Name is Tilswain. A sellsword of some repute myself, though more for me prowess than a flagon of ale, and the... spear on me back, har har har. Not you'll see me blaming Batteron, nor you, of course, for the soggy welcome. I dare say I earned it on me last trip to the wench. As a matter of fact, I even brought Batteron a small token of apology. Just me own way of saying sorry for all the trouble I stirred up at. Well, bugger me to the 7th hell and back again. I left the bloody bag back at Mummer's Ford Arms, was it? Forgive me, lad, my memory's still a bit hazy. I go back and search myself, but in addition to not knowing quite where I am from, I'm still feeling a touch queasy. Be a good lad and retrace my steps for me, will ye? With any luck and a fellow there, damned if I can remember his name, is keeping me belongings safe and sound. Okay. Let me check something. Okay. Let's see. Let's go. So the good thing, at least for this one, it's all Realm Reborn. There's only set locations this could be at. Not like there wasn't already a set location before for the others, but yeah. Merlwib. Hello, stranger. What brings an impressive-looking young lad like yourself to my humble orchids? That bloody drunkard? Of course I remember him. How could I not? Left his mark all over the bedding and floor. And this after I went out of my way to furnish his room with a proper spitting box. His belongings? I had my hands plenty full cleaning up his foul spew. If you left anything else behind, as not, it's still there. You're more than welcome to explore, though I suggest you watch your step and hold your nose, particularly if you've last eaten. Hi, cowboy. Okay. Come here. Do you want pets? Yeah, I know you want pets. Sorry. Had to give my cat some love. Lest he start thinking that I don't love him no more. Back are ye? Did you happen upon me belongings, mayhap? Just a small satchel, nothing too fancy. Here you go. Bloody brilliant, eh? From the moment you doused me with that wet stuff, I knew. Don't know about you, but after all me troubles today, it worked up quite a thirst. What you say you join me in the wench? First pints on Batteron, har har. Ah, my nose, jeez. There we go. Next stream name, Gentleman of Light. I'm gonna have to get water, because I gotta read everything out loud for these side quests. Ah! Welcome back, Battler. You've my apologies for getting you mixed up in the dealings of a couple of sellswords. Have a pint of me finest, and regardless of what you might have told ya, Tilswain's paying for all coomers tonight, including yours truly. You've not changed a wet Batteron. Still a stankless, bloody bastard. Har har. Thankless? Me? Says the insufferable, so too won't be content till he drinks its so-called best made out of house and home. Mark my words, Tiswain. If you conventionally forget to pay your tab this time, I'll hunt ya in the 7th L. I'm trying. Batteron acts all tough, but trust me, just a moment ago he was going on about how happy he was to hear you were safe. Here, this one's on the house. I hear it's your favorite. Oh, don't need to worry, Lash. Old
Old Dishwain and your master go way back. Gone soft, you ask me. Why, back in our day, he couldn't call your shelf friend to batter on till he'd drawn steel on you at least twice. Then I shall consider myself fortunate we only became acquainted more recently. But do tell, good sir, what is the story behind those coins? The remnants of some hidden treasure, mayhap? Treasure? You and I both wish, lassie. No, I fear it's a little more of a memento that's long past and none too well remembered. Back when Mataron and myself were still wet behind the ears, a grizzled old veteran, lest he look grizzled to a couple young pups like us, took a liking to us. Took us under his wing, as it were. It was kindness, in days when kindness was hard to come by. Carried with him these here coins, he did. See the face of Spinner, said her fair gaze watching over him like him was kept him a living, and were all his old madish had tendency to end up dead, or worse. Chance upon a fortnight ago, in his deathbed, the poor bastard said he'd live a good life, but his luck had finally run its course. Didn't have much leave behind, save for its lucky coins. Coins he'd wanted to leave to a couple old, not-so-young pups that might enjoy life as long as it is. A touching tale indeed. Now perhaps can you answer a long-held question of mine, good sir? Why ever would a sellsword as renowned as Bataron forsake his blade for the life of a glorified barkeep? You've heard the story? May a detail or two might have slipped my memory, but I'll give it a try. 20 years ago, or thereabouts, with the realm finally at peace, or something resembling it, a great mercenary captain had a plan. This man, a living legend if ever was one, brought all the sellswords who were itching for a new fight under one roof. There we go. So it was the Adventurers Guild, born, and there were no shortage of eager applicants, eh? Everyone and their uncle was looking to be an adventurer, save for one young boy, the son of the very man who founded it. This boy wanted only one thing, to follow his father's footsteps, and make his name as the greatest sellswords who ever walked the realm. Did the boy give up his dream? Did he reckon he'd already achieved it? Can't say for sure, lassie. Only the boy is now a man, and the man standeth behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild, dispensing advice to young glory seekers like Battler here, the aid to old drunkards like myself. Is this true? And what would that would mean? Bataron's father is none other than Shawjib. I pay you to wipe the tables, not wag your bloody tongue. Now get back to work before I throw you back out in the gutter where I found you. And when things were starting to get interesting. And with that Bataron, I'd best be on my way. Spend any more time around this lovely lass and this lonely old sellswords like me get jealous. Besides, if I empty your casks today, what will I drink in the next visit? And walk away with your legs still hold, yeah? You blundering oaf? And come back anytime for a pint of my finest, and I'll see it dumped right over your fat head. Touching. I might end, yeah, we streamed long enough. I might end it here. Well, coming up here to the Moogle. Sorry, stretching. And maybe my nose won't be so nasal, like, funny. Whew. And over here. There we go. And if it isn't my dutiful assistant, I trust you fared well on your first assignment. Do tell me about it, Chocobo.
Why, you don't say.
I gotta put on the voice.
Why, you don't say. Bataron has never been as easy customer to please. Why, he nae pulled out my whiskers the time I dropped a letter in a flagon of ale. But it sounds like you made a fabulous first impression. As your senior, I couldn't be more pleased with your effort.
and with myself for having discovered such a talented new recruit, Kupo. But this is no time to rest your laurels. Oh no, for each day brings a new letters, and the deliveries that await will take you even further afield. I dare say you might encounter clients who will make old Batteron look like a cuddly chocobo. But it's all in a day's work for my able assistant, yes? When you're looking for your next assignment, you know where to find me, Kupo. Ah, my nose. Finger sandwich, black truffle. None of these matter, but I'll take the sandwich. Area level 2. With your successful delivery, your reputation as a letter carrier has grown. Ah. Oh, there's 2 more. Ooh. Are those... Oh! Those are the barkeeps, I think, of the respective, like, the place you talk to people at the hotels, I think. Because... That's for Gridania. Yeah, Gridania and Uldal. Oh, you get to know about them. That's so cute. Okay. Oh, we'll save that for next time. I'll put the thing, start the Moogle. We started the Moogle quest. But yeah, thank you for coming to stream. It's fun. I'm sorry for all game promises I've made, because I am currently just Final Fantasy obsessed. So that's going to be what most of the streams will probably be. Unless it's something short. Fix your sleeping schedule. I'll try! I'll try. I'll try to actually put up a schedule this time. And sleep better so I don't miss my line and organize your schedule. I'll try. Okay, cowboy. I'll be there in a second. All right. Have a good one. Good day or night or afternoon. And I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye.